earlier that right now that they're only two establishments selling, that's the casino and that's the old sheet to sell alcohol, also up the sheet. And then that comes in every month. License plate, we budgeted $1,500 last year. We used $960. This year we're going to estimate $1,000. What that is those of you that remember, the tribe has the authority to have its own license plates and collect its income off those license plates. So those license plates that have those that some tribe have to purchase, that's what this means. Most of our people don't like to buy those because in the past when they have it on the cars, they get charged. That's why that's very good sales. Which is very sad. That's the reason why it's so low.
I have a question.
Sure.
What is on the screen? Can you zoom that in just a little bit so you can follow along?
Touchscreen, so you just kind of widen it out.
See down at the bottom, yep. Just so we can kind of follow along a little bit. That better? I know, but I was going to phone on Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, it's a little bit.
You all say it now, sorry about that. Okay, the next item is business license revenue. That's the license, that's the money that we get for new business license. I'm not sure why it's zero.
I think Whitney reports it in one, either 806, 807, either one of those.
But it's not even, do you have any idea how much we've been getting?
I can run a report, but it's going to go on.
Well, that's fine. It's usually not much money, maybe like $750, $800. It's usually not a lot of money. But again, we have budgeted for this coming year. The election filing fees, again, that's self-explanatory. That's the amount of fees we get from candidates who run for office. We're projecting $12,000 in that income for this coming year. Lease income. Last year we budgeted $2,306,776. On this report, it shows we received $1,573,412, but again, the last quarter was not put into this, so there's another $1 million that needs to be added to this. So for next year, we're going to estimate that we'll budget $2,625,000. And again, Council, any questions on any of this? Is asked. TLE dividends, that's the amount of dividends that TLE pays to tribe every year, and that fluctuates and varies depending upon their out. Last year we budgeted $600,000. We actually received $368,738. of that money there, I think, comes from these leases we have with these towers, like AT&T or whoever leases these towers. Last year we budgeted 50,000, we actually received 94,000. So we're gonna budget 95,000 this coming fiscal year. Donations, last year we budgeted 48,626. I'm not sure why it's such an odd number, but we only received 13,000. So this year we're gonna budget 15,000 in projected revenue. And that's just miscellaneous income because we get people donate money all the time. Sometimes they're really nice people, give us 5,000 for wood or 10,000 for whatever. Sometimes we get some real smart asses like one guy sent us a nickel and he said that this is a donation, but it's more than what you guys deserve. So we get some real smart asses out there. That's what that's for. Donations for special events. I'm not sure that we had any special events last year, so that's why we didn't budget our spending money for special events. Miscellaneous income. Again, I'm sure. Last year we budgeted $269,029. We only received $96,039. So we're gonna budget $100,000. And again, that's just income that we did not anticipate that comes in, and it comes from a variety of things, all kinds of things. And then right there, we have what's called miscellaneous income 2. And what that is I want to take a few minutes to explain our indirect cost. Our indirect cost is the amount of money that we negotiate to our government. Indirect cost pays for half of your salaries. They pay for half of your salaries, they pay for administration, they pay for all of finance, personnel manager, a lot of things they pay for, but how that's negotiated is we take the total amount of salaries that the tribe pays out annually, and then we take the budget that we have for all these programs, and then we divide it into that amount, and then we get a rate. And this year we negotiated a rate of 23%. Well, under our general account salaries and our indirect cost salaries, we have not been budgeting and paying those. So as a result of us not paying those, it does two things to us. One is that we have to scramble every year because we told the government we're going to collect this money, and we haven't collected it. So we have to come from someplace. So we're scrambling. The other thing it does to us is 2 years down the road when we negotiate our new rate, we have to go back and negotiate over collection or under collection, and it affects our rate. So because the last several years the Tribal Council has only appropriated $1 million period for our indirect cost, our budget's been way short, and we're going to have real difficulty when we negotiate a rate for next year. So what I've done here is this miscellaneous income. That's the amount of money that we should be paying for our indirect cost for our indirect salaries. $1,295,503. That's the amount of money that we're telling the federal government we're going to collect as indirect cost off of our indirect cost salaries. So what I've done is we have several accounts, old accounts, like the RAMA account, special trustees account, we have the GLE match. Per the GLE's charter, they have to pay 25% of our chairman's salary, and chairman's office expenses, because he is required to be on the board of directors for GLE. Last year, we budgeted 25,000. We actually paid 26,000, received 26,098 in expense reimbursement. So for this coming year, we're gonna project 27,000 revenue from that. Restitution to RST. I'm not sure that we have any anymore, but we used to get judgments from people, and there's a court order to make payments on it. So they used to make small payments. I think one lady made like $9 a month. Another individual made like $50 a month. So those must be all current now. So there's no more restitution to RST. Income from prior year, that's money that we received last year that we didn't spend. And I have to ask Lynette a question here. Lynette, that $1 million on the bottom, is that the $1 million for the general council? What is that?
That's the million, that fund balance carryover? That's the sales tax that we
Okay.
didn't record.
Okay, so actually that on the bottom down there is a fund balance that the sales tax, like I told you up there on top, wasn't recorded. That's what's in there, so that should actually be under income prior year. Put that $1 million in there. Background investigations, that's pretty much self-explanatory. Last year we invested $30,000. We actually received $25,210, so this year we're gonna budget $25,000. And that's for the background investigations for our two people that run for office. Some of our tribal programs require background, so that's where that money comes from. And most of that is done out of the Attorney General's office. Interest in investments. Last year we didn't budget any, we received $1,760 in interest income. This year I'm gonna project $200,000. And we have a lot of money sitting around that we're not gonna spend right away. So later on I'll have some resolutions that I'm gonna present to you that's gonna allow me to invest those in what's called treasury notes. So they're 100% guaranteed. They meet the requirements of federal governmental funds, and right now they're earning about 5.3% interest. So I'm going to take some of this money that we have that's obligated, but not going to spend it says the tribe can take a maximum of 25% of those taxes for, out for their own administration. I don't think this represents 25%, I think it represents 15% of what we actually collect. And the rest of that goes into our sand and gravel operation. And the reason why it goes into sand and gravel is we have BIA that's supposed to maintain all the roads in our BIA system. And then we have our old map 21 that does all the new construction on our BIA roads. But we didn't have any money for like our home sites. Those that go to our home sites, individual houses, there wasn't any money for that. So that's what that ordinance says. This money's supposed to go to sand and gravel to address those needs. Trust income and RAMA settlement, that's some of those programs I was telling you about that I need to consolidate. That's where I'll get that 1.295 million in miscellaneous income. And again, that general vice balance has that $1 million in sales tax. There's one other thing here that we need to talk about, and that's the indirect cost for general account salaries. Where are we going to put that?
It's under other expenses.
Okay. Okay. All right, so last year we projected a budget of $8,675,428. We actually received $7,933,474. This year we're going to project income of $11,961,504. So that's what we have to budget for this year. And then now we'll get into the expense side and how we're going to budget this. But before I get into the expense side, are there any questions about the revenue? And I just want to make I'm not sure what kind of comment you want to call it, but it's a comment that needs to be made. $2 million of this income that we're projecting for next year is income from last year. So this is not a real accurate picture of how much money we're going to collect every year. It's $2 million more than what we normally collect. So we've had a surplus that's helping us through this year. But when we get into next year, we have to be mindful that the general account budget may not be 11.9 million. It might only be 9 million or 10 million. I'm just throwing that out to you to let you know how we arrived at the amount of money we're going to collect this year. Does everybody understand that? I got some numbers just handed to me. In the range unit taxes, we only collected $1,140. And range unit raising fees, we collected $111,517. And then land use lease taxes, we collected $71,866.
They are in different funding sources though, that revenue department oversees. I don't know why they're not here.
You could just say that these taxes aren't in our general account budget, they're over at the revenue office, and I'm assuming they're there because they have other obligations. They're collected and given to the BIA or those range unit people that go out and check our leases.
What was the last facility, 1,000?
Land use
use and range, are those gonna be added into this budget and change that 11 million?
I thought we were, but I'll have to check with Whitney, but I'm assuming the reason they're not in here is because this money is collected and it has other obligations, so it's not free money for us.
Okay.
But I will double check with her.
Okay.
If I could say one thing.
Sure.
So some of that money is transferred into 806. I don't know if 806 is one of those, and they have 2 tribal employees that work in the VIA building and 2 tribal employees that work in the land office that is covered with some of those funds.
And they're supposed to go out and do the compliance, make sure that the right number of cattle and units and all that kind of stuff. That's why they're not added to the budget, because we collect them, but it's already obligated for this work.
Stan has a question.
Go ahead, Stan.
Yeah, well, I have a question on our contract we get taxes for the collection. There were some contractors that had a tough time reading that, take over to drive. I have a excise tax license, but the way I do business, I collect, every 6 months, mine is set up every 6 months, I gotta send it into the state. And then somehow they have a mechanism in place where somebody comes back to the tribe. I don't know, there's some people that go back and share payment.
The TECO tax is a tax that the tribe collects itself, and it's based on the TECO ordinance. I think it's like 4.5% now.
Yes.
4.5% of all the contracts out there. Tax goes to the tribe. The contractors, excise tax, that you're talking about is a tax that the state collects, but through our tax collection agreement, we get 98% of that back. So that's the difference between the two. And again, that's all on all contracts, all contractors. Any other questions on the revenue side of it? Now we'll get into the expense side. It's got the FY 2024 proposed funding general account. And if you go up, look on the top there, it has the 2023 actual general account expenditures. And it's got the 2024, what everybody was asking for. And it's got the variance there, whether it's more or less that they're asking for. And then just for the purposes of, so that everybody understands, a lot of these have multiple funding. We also included in this spreadsheet the 2023 actual indirect costs that some of these programs receive, the 2024 proposed indirect costs, and again, the variances, whether it's increase or decrease. And then some of these programs also receive 638 funding, casino funding, they have their own revenue, they have special projects money, that money approved, and they have, some of these have contracts and grants with VIA, IHS, or ETHS, or whatever. And then some have miscellaneous, whether they're donations. So on the far right, here's the total amount of what these programs actually receive. But that's there for your information. What we're concerned about here today is what we're going to give them out of our general account expenditures. The first item there is administrative attorney. Last year, we spent $151,766. This year, he's asking for $201,766. That's an increase of $50,000. And what that increase there is there for are the fees that you have to pay to access all of these, like the Westlaw and all these resource sites that charge a fee.
pick a director for that then?
It's under it's a manager position, it's not a director position. It's under game fish and parks, it's never been a director position.
Oh. All right.
Under the Attorney General, last year we spent $632,944. They're proposing $761,330, an increase of $128,355. I need to provide some additional information for you there. Over there on the right, it's got 638 funds of $125,000. They also get that, but their total request was way over $2 million. And the reason why it was so high is because they have all these prosecutors over there that need to be funded, that haven't been funded. At one time, we were very close to being in non-compliance with our contract because we didn't have any prosecutors. So it was a really critical time, not too long ago, but what we did is we met with the Office of Justice Services, BIA, and we applied for it, and they gave us a $600,000 grant to be added to this contract. So that's why their amount went from $2 million total to what you're asking for now. And that will be a 5-year grant, $7,000 a year for the next 5 years. So do you have any questions about the Attorney General office?
Attorney General is still being advertised. We had one person that was interested. He was a board member. When it came right down to it, he withdrew. I called him since, and he said he might reconsider. We haven't had any conversation since, so in the near future here, I'll be calling him again to see if he's interested. Otherwise, there's nobody applying for that job. I just think it's the location again. That's why we were kind of asking U.S. attorneys yesterday if they had any people that was interested in that kind of position to send them our way. But having law-trained people come here to work is kind of hard to find. So that's some of the situations that we're running into with the Attorney General.
Yeah, that's a very important position that needs to get filled. So if any of you have any ideas or recruit, we need somebody. Child welfare services. I'm not sure why there's nothing in there.
They're under the other department, that is Sioux Child and Family Services. So if you look further down, it says other expenses, it's included in that 2.7 million.
And we'll get to that later.
Yes.
It's attached here, so. Community services. No, this is a biggie. This is where the majority of the increases for this year's budget went into. Last year, we spent $1,437,730. This year, they're asking for $2,156,507, an increase of $718,778. As you can see, off to the right, they get some money from the casino, they have some of their own revenue, and we get a small grant from HHS for a total of $2.5 million. But the majority of that, I would say at least half of that, goes to burial systems. We bury over 400 people a year, and it costs us $4,000 on the average per burial, so that's $1.6 million that it costs us to bury these people. And the BIA only gives us $237,000. So that's why this budget's so high, because, and again, I'm not sure if it's COVID or we're all being old or what, but 5 years ago, our average death rate was around 325. Maybe a higher 1 year, 350. Now it's over 400 a year. So $195,156. The proposed budget this year is $360,578, an increase of $95,372. And if you look over to the right here, they have some sizable grants. They get a small $25,000, 68 grand. They have $35,000 in their own revenue, and then they get a big grant. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's $1 million.
That's all those title
Infants and toddlers.
from education, yeah.
That's $1,670,000 for a total of $2,091,000. Again, they're asking for a $95,000 increase. The Elderly Affairs Office, that's the office that was established, I don't know, 5-6 years ago to deal with our elderly. I think that's in that Cliff Broken Leg.
Yeah, it's under Cliff Broken Leg. Last term, they decided to do some moving around the programs, and that program was moved under elderly nutrition, so it's under Pam Drew, but Cliff Broken Leg is still kind of the manager of that program, or the coordinator, which you call it.
So anyway, last year we spent $189,952 in that program, and they haven't asked for any increase. So that's the same, it's the same. Our summer food, that's what our Pam's program spends to provide these food services during the summertime for our elderly. Last year we spent $9,999. She's asking for $25,000 for an increase of $15,000.
It's for the youth.
The youth?
Yes. This is for kids.
Excuse me, it's not for the elderly, it's for the youth to feed their kids during the summer. Sorry. Corrected, sorry about that. But again, off the right there, you see where she gets $213,407 from the casino, $301,530 from her contracts and grants for the state, or $539,937. Election office. Last year, we spent $223,910 on election office. This year, they've asked for $181,500, which is a $42,000 decrease. I'm not sure why it's decreased, but that's what they asked for. Our enrollment office. Last year, we spent $160,742. They've asked for $185,000 for this year, which is a $24,000 increase. They also get $66,337 from their VI contract. We get $45,000 in revenue for a total of $296,337 for enrollment office. EPP, that's Emergency Preparedness Program. And that's not the program. This year is a line item that the Tribal Council sets aside every year in the event that there's an emergency. Once there is an emergency declared, then that frees up this money and pays for the gas, whatever it takes to get through that disaster. And then once the disaster is over with, then a report is submitted to Tribal Council, and then the Tribal Council reimburses that account for those expenses. So that account always tries to stay the same, so it's always available in the event of an emergency. Last year was $42,150, but the reason it's the odd amount is because remember last year the council took a 50% cut across the board. Well, this year they're asking for 50, which is really only what they asked for last year, so we're recommending 50,000. The fair, right now there's no money in the fair because we never know what the expense is going to budget was, I don't know, like 480,000? I'm just off the top of my head, right? Spent about $480,000 last year, and I think we had maybe 200, I want to say 60,000 in revenue. So the cost of travel was $200,000.
Ben?
What's the difference between having a manager and a committee? Can you research that, how much it costs for both those? I mean, I'm sure we did it in the past, so if we can project how much it's costing for budget for the manager and for the committee, if there's something like that.
I'm sure that she can report for you. Get all the information. Speaking of that.
Michelle?
Shouldn't there, with all the money that they make up there, shouldn't there be incoming revenue that's at least noted in there?
You guys are going to be getting a report, but like I said, these are exactly, it's about $480,000 is what it costs for the chair. We collected about I would say $260,000 in revenue from the carnival, all our sales, and all that stuff. So the tribe ended up paying about $220,000 out of the general account, something there. But,
The fair also has a different funding source, so it's not reflected in any of these numbers. So all of our programs and the grants and every funding that they receive have funding sources, and that's how we identify them and how our system works. So the fair has a totally separate funding source and budget. It's not included in here. I think this was just to pay the fair manager.
Oh, okay. Do we get to see those numbers too?
yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I believe Brenda's getting her numbers together for that.
There was also talk about making that position, maybe a seasonal position. I know it was advertised, and then it was kind of stopped advertised because they were thinking about maybe just making it a seasonal 6-month position. So that was just thrown out there.
Okay, the next item is finance. Finance, last year spent $456,906. They're asking for the same for this year. And most of these general account expenses are what?
Let me see if I can pull it up. It's not for finance, it's to pay, bank fees, attorney fees, telephones, utilities, like we pay the community lighting and all the different communities. So it's not money for finance, it's just funneled through us so we can pay those things. I'm trying to see if I have it on here.
Anyway, finance gets, last year spent $2.348 in direct cost. This year they're asking for a decrease of $207,000 for $2.141 million. So their total budget they're asking for this coming year is $2,598,147. But again, when we get into the indirect cost budget, you'll see what the actual, how that money is budgeted.
It's not in the spreadsheet.
Okay, for the finance general account budget of $456,906. Bank charges last year were $15,084. Miscellaneous and travel expenses were $630. Interest payments, $17,481. Principal payments, loan payments, $215,835. Valley Nutrition's local match, $45,698. Caregivers local match, $7,286. Local support to tribal governments. And what would that be? It's $77,932. What's that local support to tribal government?
You know, I have to look it up.
And then the other big item out of here is, item is Sioux Child and Family Services, $152,328 beginning last year. Total of $532. I can have them make copies of that for you.
Yeah.
I'll make copies of that for you. But that's where that general account finance, that's what that's been for. Any questions there?
So this is just the hard copy. I don't know if you want to do this out, but this is what was in there, but remember when we met in budget and finance to go over this, they lowered it back to match last year's. Just that top copy.
Yeah.
And I believe that was because of chocolate family services.
Yeah, homeless shelter, $163,542 we spent last year. They asked $150,000 this year, a decrease of $13,000. That's the one up here on the hill, right?
That's Trante, Wash Day, and Mission.
Mission? Okay, veteran shelter, last year we spent $42,150, they asked for $100,000 for this year. That's the one on the hill, right?
That's Veterans Affairs, behind Veterans Affairs.
That's the long zone up here by the fairground. ICWA, last year we spent $29,247, they're asking for $30,000 for this year. I think most of that goes for
Attorneys.
lawyers. Most of that went to Dana for legal expenses last year. And as you can see, they also got a contract, city contract of $115,697. And another grant for $225,892 for a total of $371,589. IT department, they've asked for $90,541. That's what we spent last year. That's what they're asking for again this year. They've asked for an increase in our general account of $86,000. But most of those services for the IT department are eligible under indirect costs, so that's where the majority of the money comes from. But because they're paid out of indirect costs, they're supposed to provide those services to all of our programs at no cost because they're paid out of here. The reason why there's a general account set up for them is so that there are other entities other than tribal entities that need services. Like do some contract work to casino, some contract work at the college and these others. And that has to all run through the general account so that it's separate than the tribal government account. So that's why that money's there. Last year we spent $77,901. They're asking for the same for this year. Now, I don't know a whole lot about that one. I'm not sure if anyone wants to elaborate on it.
They were using that as a cash match for a grant that they had for Pro Sacred is what it was called. That grant ended at 9/30 of this year, but they've always received this. It's Lakota Language Preservation is what they call it.
And who administers that one?
Child care.
Child care? Land office at Solo. Last year they spent $387,166. That's the same for this year. They also do have a revenue account of $17,334 and a miscellaneous account of $17,000, for a total of $477,742. Legislative Affairs Office. Last year they only spent $13,011 because they didn't have any employees in it. This year they're asking for $99,875 and $66,000. And they're asking for $170,000 out of indirect, for a total of $269,954. Yeah. Last year we spent $451,625. And they're asking for the same for this year. And
That's for their summer.
that's for what they spend during the summer months, for mainly for elderly handicap
And zero income.
and zero income. Other expenses. $1,359,064 they spent last year. We're asking for $2,728,740 this year. And I think if you go to the last page of the 3 pages, the last page, that's where this is broken down. Got general account, other expenses. Last year, we spent $1,359,063, and this year, we're asking for $2,728,740. Non-personnel contractual, last year we spent $2,193, and we're asking for $3,000 for this year, and that be for what? Okay.
Contractual. That's another department. I believe it was, I don't know if it's treasurer's office or, because only finance and treasurer's office have access to this. I'd have to look it up to see what it is.
Anyway, it's $3,000 we're asking for. Attorney's fees. It says here last year we only spent $11,749, but I don't think that's accurate. That's not accurate.
That was as of September 11th. Since then, we caught up for a full year on one of the attorneys.
Okay. So this year we're proposing $100,000, and that's for all of our attorneys that we have. For lobbying, last year actually we spent $130,418, which is not accurate because we got caught up again. We're asking for $200,000 again for this coming year, and that covers like 4 lobbyists. AJ, Mark, This is the, indirect cost that will pay, that we have to pay for our general account employees. The other one was our indirect cost employees, this is our general account employees.
This is that 1.2 million.
Yeah, this is,
Remember that we this morning, LJ came up with those numbers?
yeah. But, so we're asking to increase it to $2,295,504 to cover all of our indirect costs. Our dues and subscriptions, we didn't spend any last year, we're asking for $11,500 this year. We're looking for it. Is that for like our intact and that kind of stuff, or?
No, that's totally different. Intact is within.
Finance.
Yeah, it's under finance.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's for, but we got $11,500 for there.
Brenda's the one who gave me these numbers.
Okay.
Is that like the NCAA and that?
Well, that's right, okay.
NCAA,
That Colt,
NIEA, Colt.
yeah,
Whatever else pops up that we need to get to.
yeah.
Well, fines and penalties, $1,686. Again, I'm not sure what kind of fines and penalties we have.
That is due to a certain 638 program who did not pay their GSA bill on time.
Okay. Flooding agency repayments, apparently we collected $16.57 and had to pay it back. But hopefully it won't happen again, so we didn't budget any money. Property taxes, $8,430. Last year we spent $3,924. And we're budgeting in $8,430. I think that we have property in, up in Minnesota. It's called the shoulder up money, land. And we've had that donated to us for years and years and years. But I think that one of the conditions of that transfer to us is that the income of that land we give to the college. So I think the college gets their revenue off of it, but we still pay the taxes on it. And then I think we have land, Gregory,
Winner.
we have all tracts of land. The 4 acres of casino, and we have the Gregory substation, that Winter, I built community, that's the least taxes. Unpaid bills. Last year we spent $9,590. We're asking to put $10,000 in there. What that is a lot of times programs will find bills that are a year or two old. And because we've already gone through audits, we can't go back and charge the programs for that. So we just create a line item for that on our general account to pay them. Already passed the audit. Sometimes it gets a little high. But in order to access that account, we have to go to budget finance. The budget finance has to authorize use of that account. Okay, and we've got interest income, loan payments, I think we already took care of that. Now, we have a little bit of a problem here, I'm not sure how you're gonna address it, but this Miss Rosebud, you got the pageant there, but also you have the royalty. The pageant you can probably address in the fair account budget, but on the royalty, in the past, you've always appropriated money for the royalty, which would be Miss Rosebud, Miss Jean, and Little Miss Rosebud to attend 4 powwows.
And the rodeo.
But this year, powwow and the 3 rodeo, that you appropriate $9,000 for the 3 powwow, $9,000 for the 3 rodeo for total $18,000. And then let them choose the 4 events that they want to attend. That would be $750 as an event, times 4, times the 3, for a total of $18,000. If you're gonna do that, you need to plug that into here. If that's what you wanna do. And if you're gonna continue to fund it, that's what I recommend, you put 18,000 there so that it's there. So we're gonna have to fight for it.
I think we could go ahead and plug it in because every year we're looking for funds to,
Right.
do that this way, give them a process to pay for events, you know, actually have a set amount to go on, so.
Okay. I'll have Lynette put that in there, 18,000 in there, and that would be for Miss Rosebud / Miss Rodeo, or pageant. I don't know what they're called. Powwow and for
Yeah, for the royalty.
royalty.
Because I think, wait, is the pageant expenses included into the fair budget?
Yeah.
Pageant itself is, yeah, but not these.
Okay, so we can change this one to royalty.
Yeah.
Just gotta be careful that we don't confuse the communities with their royalty too, because there's always a lot of requests from the communities when they select their royalty that they want to travel too. So just to make sure that that's clear, that it's only for the Rosebuds pageant. So
RST fair royalty.
yeah.
Okay, if we're all clear there, then the next item is the schlop. We used to kick in, it was either $40,000 or $50,000 a year. 75,000 a year, and I went to the Land Tenure Foundation, Rosebud, Pine Ridge, Cheyenne River, I think the Yankton. We used to all kick that much money in there, and that's what we used to operate the schlop. We haven't had to do that for the last 3 years because we received funds from the BIA to do that. So that's why that's line item's there, but it's not funded. I'm not sure at some point in the future whether they're gonna ask us for help kick in, but so far we're okay. Community cleanup, again, I'm not sure what that's funded for now, but we usually kick in quite a bit of money. Why isn't that budgeted here?
Nobody did a budget, so.
That's usually TLE's ask for that amount. I mean, they usually do it, but last year we thought it'd be a good idea since there's so much debris out there that we needed to be picked up. We thought we'd do two cleanings, and that costs quite a bit of money to do that. So I don't know if you guys are gonna continue to do that, or if the committee are gonna recommend that we do that again or not. So I don't know if you guys talked about that at your community level.
So the reason why it's not budgeted last year or no expenses, because it came out of loss of revenue funds. And normally they don't do a budget until early spring. So we never know how much it's gonna be, and it's usually split between casino, TLE, and the tribe. Although TLE, please note this, they deduct that from the tribe's dividend.
How much is it usually?
I'd like to say it's like 80-some thousand each. And then they did a second one, so that was more.
So do you wanna put something in here or just wait?
We don't have a budget to go by. Normally it's Tammy that will come and into budget finance request after she figures out how many man hours, how many roll-offs, how many days. So
I think we could probably go by, maybe the prior year, because we had that second community cleanup for the pandemic. And so many people were staying home and accumulating trash, so we decided to have that second one. We'll probably want to do this one this coming year.
put 80,000 in there.
Okay.
And then request the budget from the.
Yep.
Got that in it?
I got a quick question here on the, how many times have we been doing the two cleanups? I know that originally came from the SWA, I think, with the beautification. I think Southwest took over, then there's another one, I think, that came up. So, you know, if we funding, I know the SWA had the funds to do the beautification, so, I mean, if we're doing the next one, I think, then. Sure. I just wondering.
We just did it twice for what, 2 years?
Yeah. No, just 1 year, just 1 year. We tried it. It cost quite a bit. We still didn't even get all of it, you know. It was just,
Yeah, and then the landfill too, we kind of talked about maybe opening up another cell. So,
I know the new director talked about in his interview, when he was hired for the position, that he wanted to tackle these illegal dump sites too, so that's gonna cost a little bit of money to be able to clean those up and kind of partner up with one of our programs to do that, but I know he's probably gonna bring some type of budget later on for that.
I think there's like 17 surrounding Rosebud community. Grass Mountain has maybe 20 some. Yeah, Joe Espinoza, he's got a pretty good GIS map made of all the illegal dump sites, and they're everywhere, so that's going to take a lot.
Jordan had a question.
Jordan, go ahead.
I was just gonna answer, so, SWA does beautification, but it's only for low rent units, so it's not for the whole reservation, and then, that's already budgeted through HUD whenever that money comes down, so you can't really classify it as a cleanup because they can only do low rent units, you can't do home ownerships with it or anything, and then, we only did it that one time for the two, so.
Yeah, my community was asking about the second cleanup, and, you know, there's really no way to go to on who does it, so that's why they just went to housing, you know, and this guy, you know, then Patsy came over, she just said, we don't do that type of, yeah, there's not some confusion of where we need to go to request that, so they said, we just don't know, I think, you know, if they're gonna do it, remove funding or something, so that was just the answer that we gave, but, I mean, you know, you gotta figure something to point in the right direction.
Lily, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just kind of had a question, I guess, about, waiting, I guess. I think it's a great idea to put something in there, but like you mentioned in the interview processes, there were several conversations going, some suggestions, it seemed like an ongoing conversation and planning needed to happen, so I just kind of say, I think some of that maybe too early to decide, how many and how often. How we figure out that.
So we're all in agreement, we'll put 80,000 in it for now. The open fair here, last year we spent $9,514. What this is it's an account that's set up to get the fair off and running. Like I mentioned earlier, we don't know what the exact cost is going to be until after we do all the advertising. So this account here allows us to do the advertising and stuff. Just about that time, budget. White River Healthcare. At one time, we used to supplement these guys a lot. The last 3 or 4 years, they get on their own. They're doing really great production right now. They've actually got money done. That's why that line is there, because we used to, but we haven't had to quite long. Zero. Boys and Girls Club. Last year we spent $33,720, and they're asking for $50,000 for this year. The next two, how do we want to do this?
So the 112 that's already been sent in, intact and available for all programs, they are put in under Secretary's office, the 112.
Both of these?
Yes.
So there's zero here, but when we get to the Secretary's office,
It's under these same accounts. So Secretary's funding source is 50.040, and
Okay.
youth donations is 770.
million, that's what it's for. It's gonna be increased by 98,000, but she could do that. Any questions on the general account, other expenses?
Over 98,000.
Over by 98?
Yeah, because they added 80,000, 18,000.
So now we're going down to the personnel office. The personnel office only requested $1,800, they spent $1,820 last year. And out of the general account, they're asking for $5,000 for this year. They get the most of the money out of the indirect. So,
The 5,000, they use that for things that they can't buy with indirect funds. Coffee, creamer, water.
in the president's office, last year they spent $272,638. They're asking for $317,553. You get $372,595 from indirect cost and $10,000 miscellaneous for a total of $688,873.
The 10,500 is their discretionary that they receive from NAHA.
That's usually for propane.
Propane.
Yes, specifically for propane, so that's what we have to set it up.
So, okay. If you want to see the actual budgets, then it comes to you, or
I can pull them up on the screen if they want to see them, but
on any of these programs, one's here, or the ones in the cost, or they get to the program themselves, if they want to see individual budgets, let us know. Otherwise, we're just dealing with programs right now.
I have all of them right here.
The revenue office, that's Whitney, right?
Yes.
Last year, she spent $80,321 out of the general account. She's asking for $105,321 this year. It's a $25,000 increase. So that $105,000 funds are all for the whole office?
Whitney's salary is under finance, so it's for 2 employees and then probably supplies. I think they have committee members that need tax commission.
Okay. Any questions, just holler at me. The secretary's office, last year it was $661,154. Proposed $458,496, a decrease of $202,000. And you get asking for $228 on the indirect cost for a total of $686,998. I'm assuming most of that decrease is in donations.
Yep.
And that's, I'm not sure if you want to bring that up now, or if you want to do it later, but when do you want to do with that, Jim?
Or donations, all, everything, is that what you're talking about, or just council donations, or?
There were some talk about, it used to be the chairman and the vice chairman each got their own donation
Okay.
account. And then the secretary of the council got a donation account. 2 years ago, the council took those away from the chairman and the vice chairman, and put it all under the secretary. I think the chairman wanted to ask whether or not we want to change that or keep it back.
I was actually in favor of that last year, to take my discretionary way. I felt that I needed to do more administrative type duties in my office, and it was kind of more of a social service type services that we were providing. But as I went along last year, when we went through the whole year, there's a lot of stuff that I can't refer them to. So, I still think I need my discretionary as far as helping some of those people with those emergency type situations that they come in with. If you can't help them, they get pretty upset. So I just thought, well, maybe we should restore that discretionary to my office, if that's what you guys decide to do.
So what would that reflect in their individual budgets?
That's the increase in mine. That's the only increase that's part of it, is that the discretionary that we're asking for in Chapter 44.
Would that be used to, or just council? All of it?
No, there would be a discretionary for the chairman, discretionary for the vice, and then under the council would be donations and donations and donations.
So the decrease that she's showing that for the secretary's office is she's taking that away from secretary's office? So you won't be doing any donations anymore?
Yeah. But
That's usually what council donation is.
Oh, well, it's showing a huge decrease, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah, then it'll go back to council. So that way they can do their own help. Whenever, like, the public come in and ask for stuff, like, they can help them with sometimes lights or hygiene stuff. It just depends on if like someone's really struggling, then we can come in and ask them instead of us. Because we have just medical and like now they request a buyout and council donation. That's what we look at.
Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize if this, I said that briefly, but, I just had a question, you're talking about it. Are there guidelines on any of these donation minors, specifically on, eligibility and reporting, but any kind of guidelines?
We have, in our office, we had an application process where we basically fill it out. If they still, if it's for medical travel or something like that, we still require something that they have to turn in as well. But it's mostly just like a GA, general assistance type of stuff that we're doing out of that office. So that's what it's reported as.
Okay. I was just wondering, this if there's a way that we could develop them, there isn't, obviously it wouldn't be personal information, but just like, individuals serve, amount for individual, and how many a month, I mean, if there's any way that we can start incorporating those kinds of things.
We usually do it to get general assistance or some type of assistance that they're not eligible for another 3 months after that, so.
And that's kind of why I'm asking, because I'm finding quickly is, some are kind of unregulated, some have regulations, and some are in the middle, and so that's why I'm asking, of these ones that we're talking about that we have control over, are there any kind of guidelines that are unifying them or, regulating them?
I think Budget and Finance is working on that. We have some things that they want to move forward here shortly. But this whole thing of donations needs to have a discussion someplace. And that this report that I handed out to you about the middle report, you can see a page like this. It's going to say FY donations by account as of September 30th, 2023. I never realized that we had so many of our programs that were giving donations. But it's in this report that he's handed out to you, about the middle report.
Chris, that's a question.
Chris, go ahead. Sorry about that. I forgot about you. Oh, you did?
What you read?
Like if you read that report, what Nicole was talking about is last year, their office spent $435,000 in donations. So she's saying that she wants to reduce that back to what it used to be. And if you look on top there, you have like about 12 different programs that
Yeah, so, budget and finance, we put forth that we're gonna develop a policy and then bring it back to tribal council for approval, so that when it comes to, donations, that there is an actual policy and we'll have it adopted into the accounting manual, so that Myrna can actually have, as a CFO, have oversight over the treasurer, so it doesn't just stop with the treasurer's signature, and council would have full knowledge of when those donations are given out and stuff like that. So it's coming, and then it'll be at this body later on. But that's for the chairman and vice chairman, and we don't control their discretion.
Okay, I just had a follow-up. If those guidelines would be only for certain donations, or?
Yeah,
I
for the
guess I
tribe
didn't
itself.
realize so many offices or departments were allowed to do donations, because I really feel that we should probably put a halt on this, or temporarily stop until we can get some guidelines in place, or at least clarify who's under what guidelines.
Well, it says in the Constitution that they have a discretion, and we don't have control over that. I mean,
I
the
think
chairman.
might as well come out and say we're talking about council donations. How are we gonna get that under control?
And then that's why we're doing it,
Let's
for
talk
to
about
control
that.
council donations.
Yeah.
But the
I'm
other
talking in
thing-
general. I didn't
General.
realize so many departments were in charge of
There's so many
donations.
programs, I think we counted them, last week when we were sitting down with Wayne, we count all the programs that have a revenue, some type of revenue line item, and they provide a donation line item, it probably added up to be about $400,000.
Right.
So that's including council donations.
698.
698?
But anyway, the question was brought up, why the secretary's office was asking for this money, that's why. And
What I was gonna say, but what I was trying to finish saying was, we can't necessarily stop it because there are so many assistants for healthcare assistants, flyouts, those are almost nightly. So, I mean, we can't really stop it, we can just be more thorough about what is being assisted, and right now, we're not doing any real general assistance, they're mostly all medical, emergency medical.
How do we know if there's no reporting guidelines or reporting anything?
Because budget and finance gets made aware of it from the secretary's office. You're taking application,
Yeah.
so that's how it gets collected.
Myla and then Jordan.
I think, as each year goes by, I always felt like we don't, with the healthcare stuff, maybe that should be looked at. Flyouts, the amount is set,
Pardon? Go ahead.
So, whenever they, verification, or whenever they fill out the application right now for medical requests, they text us and let us know, and they say like a appointment slip attached or verification attached, and it's supposed to go to budget and budget and finance, and then they print the check. So that's how it's approved right now. So, like Wayne was saying, we're not doing anything else right now except for emergency flyouts, and then a couple of youth donations, the royalty ones that we had to deal with basically, right? So, and then I know that we wanted to start working on the policy or whatever for the general public to receive additional council donations as well. It's just we haven't gotten that far yet, so.
Go ahead.
Okay, the next one would be the Watertail Children's Home. Last year they spent $336.47, and then they're asking for the same for this year. They do get. Now I'm not sure. Is that a 638 contract for 180, or is that their reimbursement?
No, that's their 638. I'm not sure I believe they were given reimbursements like 40-some thousand. Brenda was working on that. And that came to light at one of the budget finance meetings when they were requesting additional funding to make it through the end of the fiscal year. And I guess prior to that, they were trying to see if they would have access to their revenue that they're generating, and just kept getting thrown out. So that's not reflected in here.
The Spartanville Crisis Center, they take care of kids up here that, on emergency placement for a number of reasons. Resolutions all over the state. And then the tribe gives them general account money to operate. It's a small contract when you get but they also get so much a day from the state. And I don't think that they've been getting all that this last year, but it's something that they should be getting. Just throwing it up, it's not reflected in here, but the revenue should be reflected, and should get trade through as well.
So, another issue that was kind of brought up with these kids over there is, I asked Jody when she was here the other day for budget and finance if those kids are eligible for the clothing orders that are in care there. And she said yes, but if they're, let's say like they're state placed there, then the state has to file for those clothing orders, and she reported that not all the time do those kids that are here get the clothing order. So I guess I would like some follow-up done on that to make sure, because I don't feel if they're state placed, the state should be receiving those funds. I feel like if they're with Jody, or if they're within our boundaries with a placement family, they should be allowed to get those funds because they don't always get spent on the kids. So I guess I would just like some follow-up done to make sure that our kids are receiving those services, whether they're in care or not, so. Okay, so I don't know if you can follow up with Jody and see if she can apply for them, or if there needs to be a motion from this body to allow that to happen. Thank you.
Any other questions about Spartanville? There's a lot of mushy kids up there, so we need to pay attention to them. TechGrow, this runs the TechGrow office up here, Mario and her staff. Last year they spent $246,508. They're asking for $346,508 this year, $100,000 increase. They also have $20,000 in revenue and $30,000 in miscellaneous grants and contracts, for a total of $396,508.
I hope that we do help them. They're trying to bring in training to help our membership with welding. They're trying to do a lot, but the past administrations have taken their everything, just taking it. No respect to the organization or the powerful tribal membership that they're trying to build up through welding, through the construction trades. We always say we want to build a stronger Oyate, but yet we take from Tecro, so I hope they get some money this time. Hope
Yeah.
Budget and Finance, Ushila is good.
Yeah, they asked for a $100,000 increase, and that's what they're proposing. THBO office, that's our Tribal Historic Preservation Office, that's I own their staff. Last year they spent $50,804, and they're asking for the same amount this year. They have a 630 contract for $158,716, and they have some miscellaneous grants for $97,000, for a total of $306,555.
There's a reinterment that's going to be going on, I think it's on November 10th at Fort Laramie. There was money that was allocated for that, and then the dates got kind of messed up, but it's it's set now. So is there still that available for the reinterment?
I'm not sure.
Because that was put aside, and we were just waiting on word. The TIPO was working with Fort Laramie, the relative. They were just waiting on a few things technical wise, but now it's like the 10th of November that they're gonna reinterm the ancestor. One thing too, I want to remind Budget and Finance with our TIPO, that's our culture. We don't have anywhere to store our artifacts, so we have our whole ancestry up there in a building that leaks every time it rains. We got heavy snow coming this winter. We have to hire, I think Siston Lofton has a state-of-the-art facility. Somewhere we should have allocated money for our TIPO, so we could be renting out space to the other tribes, because there is only 2 tribes that have access to the proper, because even Bucol, that wasn't well done. I did my internship in college in the archives, so you need proper lighting, you need proper ventilation. There's so many different factors that go in, and there's no price tag on culture. So as much as we want to scream around these 7 values up here, let's look at what we have right now and what we can preserve for tomorrow. TIPO really needs help, and they always seem to get overlooked. So if you could find out about the reinterment, if that money's still available, that'd be great. Thank you.
I haven't heard anything about it, I'll check. The treasurer's office, last year they spent $236,396.
Treasurer, if I had a hand up for you.
I have a question, going back up to Spotted Children's Home. They're supposed to have a revenue account, correct? It's not showing up on the spreadsheet. How come?
They haven't been getting it, that's why I said that. $250,501. And the reason for that is, his positions that were under him got transferred over to the indirect cost side. So that's why it's a lot less on the general account. Got 237,000 from indirect for a total budget of 371,370. Tree office, last year we spent 157,799. I think he asked for a lot more, but the committee's recommending get the same 157,799. He does get miscellaneous revenue of 13,000 for a total budget of 107,000.
Fremont, go ahead.
Wayne, Bill was kind of asking for like, I think 48,000 to carry until September 30th on the 24 budget.
Did you have a shortfall this year? Was he one of the ones that wanted his amount restored for the last fiscal year? I mean, when he was doing that, or? He should have his new monies right after this, so there's no problem.
Is that loss of revenue
Yeah.
expense we take it back?
Oh, okay.
What he did is, they get a grant, he was asking for a 30% supplement on the salary.
Anyway, that's what the committee recommended to me last year. The Sioux Warriors, last year they spent 52,936. They asked for a $10,000 increase to 62,936. They also get 605,000 from the casino.
That's veterans and the warriors.
Vice President's office last year spent 193. They asking for 151,820, a cut of 41,000. Get 134,274 from indirect for a total of 291,94. So our total budget's a little over 11,900,000. We're gonna have to add 98,000 into the expenses in place and deduct our revenue by that much because of what we did with solid waste and the royalty, but I think we should be able to do that.
You need to decrease
Yeah,
revenue.
and we need to increase our revenue by 98,000 to cover for those two things that we're doing there.
Well,
Thank you. I have a question on the vice president.
I love it, Lisa, go ahead.
The discretionary is 5,000, the president is 10. What's the difference?
I don't know. I thought Naha was split 50-50, but
I always thought those kind of the same. Why is that one way less?
Scott, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Willie.
Wayne, that 5,000, I don't know for sure, but I thought I heard that was travel money they took out. I don't travel, so. Is that what that 5 is? Mileage.
So if I'm correct, weren't those always the same amounts for both offices?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Because I know Mr. Kendall really helps a lot of people too.
I know the Naha funds that we give in, it basically, they were coming to the president's office. And then I started sending them to the vice president's office, which we actually split that in half so we can help with propane. That's specifically made for propane, but I don't know if that's what those funds are. You're talking about the other, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Lila, it was my understanding that 5,000 was mileage or travel, which I don't use. I don't travel.
So you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Lisa.
Wait, and one thing I think that we kind of overlooked too, I forgot to mention was the, per diem for our at-large committee members. I think last year, did natural resources come out?
for budgets, I don't wanna be the one to decide what the budget should be, so I would do these spreadsheets and leave, boxes there for people, for other above me to plug this information in what they thought, and I never received it back for the committee, so I did not include it. But I did it again, and I sent it by email, and I can send it to you, and it shows what, the budget was, what they expended, and what I suggest to be, budgeted this year. So here's the committees I have pulled up. I'm sorry that it's so small, but this first one would be the casino board of review. And because they only expense $220 in '23, I suggested a $250 budget. Same thing with education committee. They didn't spend any, so I suggested just to put 250 in there just to be safe. The next one would be land and natural. They, their budget was 2650, that's what they spent. So I suggested 3,000 for that committee. Social services, because they only spent at 322.95, I suggested 350. Ethics committee, they spent 440, so I suggested 450. CPA is the highest one. So CPA, they expense $19,504, so I suggested 20,000. And so all the committees combined would be 24,300.
What? Michael?
Lynette, who submits for each committee's per diem for that large numbers? Who's supposed to submit that?
Well,
How
it
does
just
that work?
depends, like casino board of review, the casino will send me a paper voucher, and because they're all ran through payroll. Education committee, I believe education sends that through.
But we want education, or, I mean, like, is there a specific, is it education department?
Yes.
That would send that?
Yes. Land and natural, I believe that is secretary's office. Social services, did you guys do that one?
Yeah, we do land and natural, judiciary, social services. That's all.
Judiciary committee is under 638, so that goes, that's not in general council. So for, what I would suggest for FY24 for committees is 24,300. And if you recall, at the
$84,504 on both the whereas and details of the resolve.
Is that the first one?
Yeah, first one for general counsel.
And 46 cents.
Yeah, you put 46 cents in the round.
So this would take care of everything. Joey, I'm not sure who you want to decide on the fair. Whether you want to hire a part-time fair manager or just do it the committees. You want the chairman to do that, recommendations, or the budget and finance, or how you want to handle that.
I think we should probably have a fair report first and look at the revenues.
We were working on
Compare
that.
to when it was just the general, just the fair managers, when we went into the committee structure and see, and kind of go from there.
We're just working on that, so at least you want to have it. But other than that, I think we've covered everything else. I don't think we've left anything out. So, I would entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
Somebody bring it on as emergency.
I'll go ahead and bring it up. I thought we referred these from budget to the year.
What is that?
Motion for emergency.
334. Need a second. Kathy, question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
Oh,
0,
not voting.
1.
Motion to approve 2023-334.
Need a second. Ray?
3.
Whereas the Local Sioux Tribe Budget Finance Committee and Appropriations Committee, RST Budget Finance, is established pursuant to RST Ordinance Number 80-07, as amended in 1995. Whereas the RST Budget Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to approve the general account program-based budgets for FY 2024 in the amount of $12,084,504.46, subject to amendment pending on an increase in revenue. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the general account program-based budgets for FY 2024 in the amount of $12,084,504.46, subject to amendment pending on an increase in revenue. And be it further resolved that the equipment purchases in excess of $5,000 or more shall be subject to RST budget financing.
More questions? Need a question? Emily? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Council, thank you very much. We'll do our intake cost next, but I don't know if you want to take a lunch break before you do that, or?
You want to do our lunch break? Okay, our lunch break.
And we'll do a intake cost, see,
120.
it shouldn't take us long, but then after that, the program.
Indirect cost budget.
Council, you all have copies of the 24 proposed fundings for indirect cost account. And I just want to say that always, anytime you want to see any of these programs, she always make copies for new hard copies. But to start out with, let's go to the second page. On that second page is the revenue that we're going to generate for indirect costs. Again, how that's calculated is we take all of our total salaries that we pay out, and then we divide it by the amount of our indirect cost budget, and then we get a rate. 23% is what we're using now, and 23, we should have collected $6,927,249. Well, we only actually collected $4,765,654, and that's because we didn't budget indirect costs for the general and indirect cost employees. So that's why we were short in the collections. So as I mentioned to you earlier, that's why we put those two items in our general account to cover this account. And you'll see that there are transfers from general fund of $1 million and miscellaneous income for $1,295,000. So both come from the general account to cover those salaries so that we will collect what we're supposed to collect. So our projected revenues for 2024 are $6,848,329. So does anybody have any questions on that? How we calculate that? Okay, then if we go back to the first page, business office. In 2020-23, the business office spent $324,935. And they're requesting that the committee's requesting the same amount for this year. No change. The council last year spent $694,289. They're recommending a $76,000 increase to $771,204. The Employees Assistance Program. Last year they spent $161,473, and the committee is recommending same level for 24. The finance office, $2,348,789 what we spent last year, and the committee is recommending a decrease of $57,000 for a total of $2,291,248.
I think the numbers are backwards there.
Pardon?
Aren't the numbers backwards right there?
No, because they're asking for a decrease.
Oh, decrease?
Yeah.
Oh, you said increase. Oh.
Decrease of $57,000. General operations, $845,816, and the committee is recommending the same level for this year. Now, at some point, and I'm not sure, I have to look around, but there's a lot of need for this building. I mean, there's some requesting for some new doors with keypads on them, and there's a lot of maintenance that $370,459, and the committee's recommending the same for it this year. As you can see, they gave them a $48,995 increase in general account. Legislative affairs, last year that we didn't spend hardly any of that money, but they funded, they appropriated $157,650, and the committee is asking them to stay the same at $157,650. Other expenses, if you go to your last page, page number 3, that's what the other expenses consist of. Now it's got committee and board meeting here, but we didn't budget any money here in indirect costs. We took it all out of the general. And we put $25,000 for that into general, so that's already taken care of. Drug testing, I'm not sure why they got $40 on there, but that's what we spent last year. We're not proposing anything for this year. Most of the programs take care of that themselves, right? Insurance. How do we cover our insurance? We try.
Insurance?
I know that the individual programs pay those, but how do we pay for ours for this building and everything else? Where does that come from?
That's what I asked Cynthia. If you're aware, insurance has been a hard one to get straightened out since that was implemented. And now we have Cynthia in there who is handling all that, and that was one of my questions as well. I believe general operations gets the bill for the building.
Anyway, they didn't spend any money last year, and we haven't requested any this year, but I just want to let the council know that we may be going back down to address that. Because we have to pay that someplace. I know we have some direct contract support funds that we've been using, but those can only cover 6-year UD programs. They can't cover this building and stuff. I might be coming back with some sort of amendment here. I apologize for not having that down, but I will come back. Your accountants and the auditors, last year we spent $362,449, and we're requesting to spend $360,000 this year. I'm hoping that cost will go down even more. I want to take some proactive measures and getting things that are ready for the auditors in advance. So hopefully that will come down some. But anyway, that's what we spent this year. Telephone and fax, $41,122 we spent last year, and we're going to budget $45,000 for this year. And whose telephones does that cover?
Councils, oh no, the tribal building.
The whole tribal building?
Yeah.
Cell phone. Last year we spent $51,266, and we're going to budget $55,000 this year. Again, whose cell phone?
So, that is administration, their employees, council, admin, attorney. Like some of ours are under that because we work from our phones. So that it's all in one line item.
Okay, we don't have any money budgeted for equipment leases, advertising, our dues, subscriptions, and memberships. Software, we spent $90,510, we're budgeting $100, and I believe that's for our Intact, Workforce Go, probably gonna have to come back and make an amendment here, because pretty that's gonna be low, but for right now, we can get started. I'll find out what the actual costs are gonna be now. Come back to it. The personnel office last year, we spent $425,774, and the committee is recommending the same for this year. President's office spent $372,595 last year, and the committee is recommending $11,000 cut to $368,20. Secretary's office spent $225,344 last year. The committee is recommending the same amount for this year. Treasurer's office spent $237,107 last year. The committee is recommending the same for this year. The Vice President's office spent $116,507 last year. The committee is recommending the same for this year. So the total expense is $6,848,329. Again, council, this budget may be about $300,000 or $400,000 short, including all of your subscriptions and your insurance. But for now, we can start with this, and I will come back with a more accurate cost of what the needs are. Again, I apologize. Are there any questions? Are you guys going to see anything different, or comments? If not, then the second resolution in the packet that was handed out to you.
Enter that number on the bottom there. 68448,329.
25 cents, yeah. So there would be $6,848,329.25.
We got someone to bring this on as emergency legislation?
What was that amount?
$6,848,329.25.
I'll move for emergency.
335.
I just have a question before we, these are resolutions. With the health, with the charter of the health programs, that's what you can now assume not to, right? Like it's into the costs.
Pardon now, the health and what?
The charter of all those health programs that I believe was transitioned back in May. That's what you're taking out of all this stuff, right?
All 638 programs, how's that, indirect cost budget affect the 638 programs? Is it?
Every 6-year program pays into it.
Yeah, I don't know, but with the charter of the health that was passed in May, like, does that affect this?
That charter, it wasn't passed in May, it was just passed in May, right?
It was in May.
May?
Yeah, the charter itself was in there. But it shouldn't affect the,
It should, because there's a lot of 648 contracts.
If that charter, the way I read it, if that charter is honored the way it is, then all of our 638 programs are going to use that charter.
Health programs.
Health programs, right? I don't know what the impact would be, I haven't figured it out. Probably about at least $1 million, $1.5 million, somewhere in there, at least $1 million.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for emergency legislation. The number is 335. Can you get a second? Ray, question? Dan? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
I'll move to approve 2023-335.
Need a second? Great. Go ahead.
So the
fifth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee and Appropriations Committee, RST Budget and Finance, is established pursuant to RST Ordinance Number 80-07 as amended in 1995. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve indirect cost program account based budgets for FY 2024 in the amount of $6,848,329.25. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the indirect cost program based budgets for FY 2024 in the amount of $6,848,329.25. Be it further resolved that the equipment purchases in excess of 5,000 or more shall be subject to RST budget transfer.
Any more discussion? Need a question? Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. The next budget that's being passed out is our casino budget. Again, the second page is our revenue. On our revenue, it's pretty easy to, has been pretty easy to figure because right now our agreement with the casino is that they pay us $125,000 a month. And then at the end of the year, we're supposed to reconcile the accounts to determine if there's additional funds that need to come to the tribe or vice versa. But I don't think we've done that for a few years. So right now, we only get $125,000 a month. And we added an additional $75,000 on her because we have that much to carry over. So to budget this year, we're gonna budget $1,575,000. That's our income. So if we go up to the front page on our expenses, did everybody get copies?
He run out, he's making some copies, but I believe all the council got it.
I did, yeah.
You did it, okay. Just went, make some more.
Well, on this budget here, it's, the first item we have here is our ambulance. That's our dialysis. Our ambulance transfers takes the dialysis patients to and from dialysis. Last year, they actually spent $135,000. They're asking for a $10,000 increase, which the committee is recommending. So they're recommending $145,000. And that should be 2024 and not 2024 or 2. That's a long ways out in the future. Communities. This is the money that the communities get every month. And the amount varies upon the size of the community. Larger communities get more than the smaller communities. I can't even remember what the split is anymore. How much the big community gets? $37.50?
Antelope gets 5,000. And I can't remember what Youth gets, but Antelope's the biggest. Then I think St. Francis, Hartley, and Rosebud get the same.
$37.50?
Yeah,
And then small communities are like $12.50.
yeah.
to our finance department. So, when you get your allocation at the beginning of the month, you spend it. Before you get your next month's allocation, you have to turn all the receipts in. That's just one of the rules, so.
Michelle.
Go ahead, Michelle.
When the committee, on this other page here, on the general account for expenses, it makes note that utilities, community lighting. Does that include, do they have to pay their own light bill, or does it get paid out of that?
Community lighting is like the
Streetlights.
streetlights.
Okay. So they're responsible for their own?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question like that, right? So because HEDOG just recently, a couple of years ago, got their streetlights, where the community had, up until last year, it wasn't being paid out of that. You know, if HEDOG's lights are being paid?
That would be Brenda. I don't know. I know when the bill comes in, it's vague on where they're paying it, but she worked with Cherry Todd and got it all straightened out on what communities are under that. So you can check with her, I can check with Brenda.
Because ours would be Lake Creek.
Yeah, we do pay Lake Creek.
Dan?
In regards to this, I got one of our country committee, treasurer, says needed an increase in application. Said it's really hard to like that. I don't know if there's a procedure or how to make that change.
Everybody needs to go out to the casino and spend their whole check out there and get more money. And it'll be easier. I don't know, Stan, that all the communities who asked for more money this time, right now, this is the lowest available.
I know that a lot of the communities are waiting for their September allocations, and I know when you presented at the CPA meeting on Saturday, there's discussions on that.
Yep.
So how do we move forward with the communities getting that allocation for September?
What I told the CPA is that we don't have any carryover money. So what wasn't collected last month probably won't get paid out unless there are unusual circumstances. In the past, we have helped some communities. We didn't spend our money, but because they were tied up in court or some unusual circumstance. So I told them that I would make sure that October's we got, but as far as September's, I couldn't guarantee it. I tried to, but there are no carryovers, so if you want that money to be paid out to the communities, then you guys have to authorize that as a carryover. I can't do that because it's going $10,000. You understand what I'm saying? But for October, as soon as that check gets here, I'll be able to get the money out. But for September, because the year already passed, and we get the money to paid out, we'll budget. So you guys have to authorize that. Are we gonna get a check for September, do you know?
According to when I talked to, Kim on Saturday, he said they would. It's gonna be working on it.
If we get a check for September, then I don't mind doing it. But if we don't get a check, then it's gonna be tough to do. But when we get that check, then I'll put the budget fast.
Emily? Go ahead.
I just have a question kind of relating to what here, do we have a program within the tribe that helps find funding? Like say a community wants to put a justification or a plan or something together that has financial gaps identified? Do we have a tribal program or a grant writer or somebody within the tribe as a whole that would help facilitate or assist with that?
The only one we have is SRD, and I don't know if the community utilizes them or not.
Is SRD only for 638 program or is that?
They help with search for other grants for programs, not just 638, but they also help with other programs too.
And I just want to throw it out there, I know you guys hired a new director or whatever, but when Legislative Affairs Office was first started, that's what it was started to be. It used to be all funded entirely at indirect cost, and it was for the tribal council. For the already recommended a $409 cut, so $60,087 for this year. Community youth. Again, that's the same allocation process as the communities above, only for the youth accounts. 251 last year, committee's recommending the same this year, 251,000 for the community youth. Hourly nutrition, drivers and cooks. Last year they spent $198,254, and they're asking for a $15,150 increase this year for a total of $213,407. The committee has recommended that.
That's for dialysis.
And that includes all what now?
For dialysis?
Dialysis is on top, so this is the.
No, that's the drivers and cooks for dialysis.
Oh, it is? Okay. Drivers and cooks for dialysis.
It does say elderly nutrition on it.
Yeah, they run it. I mean, they each get a pot, ambulance and elderly nutrition.
That indirect cost we've already taken care of, general account. Protective payee, $86,319 you spent last year. They're requesting an increase of $6,625. So the committee is recommending a budget of $93,044. And I'm not sure how many we have now, but we do have quite a few protective payees. That's usually a pretty busy office back there. Veterans Affairs, I'm not sure how many programs this covers, but last year we spent $502,680, and the committee's recommending the same level this year, $502,680. And again, I'm not sure what all activities are covered over there.
It covers the cemetery employees as well as the Veterans Affairs employees. So both places as well as their utilities and whatnot.
So anybody's wondering where the veteran cemeteries be maintained, it's out of this casino account. So as you can see down there, we have a surplus of $39,781. So in the future or now, whatever, if there's that much that we're projecting, we'll have a surplus. Well, if there are not any questions or additional comments, if you go to the fourth resolution, talks about the casino, and we'll add that $5,535,218 to this resolution. $1,535,218.35.
Okay, these budget finance here. Lisa stepped out of the room, so.
Motion for emergency resolution.
336, need a second. Jordan, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-336.
Need a second. Ray, go ahead.
Start on the fifth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance and Appropriations Committee is established pursuant to RST Ordinance number 8007 as amended in 1995. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to approve the
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Here you go, Chief. We'll do the 638 program, EIA and IHS net. Is this all of them?
I can pull them up on the screen.
Yeah, it's hard to read.
And that listing there, usually Andy would send me a vendor, and it just shows the program and how much.
This one right here?
This here, telling me to send that spreadsheet to me, that's all I had to go by. So not everything on there that tries, the bottom portion is child and family services.
Okay. Okay, well, they're making more copies. Are they? Yeah, they're making more copies. We'll start with the BIA, and that's just one, the single sheet here, and that's kinda hard to read on top. What's that? Yeah, she's the making copies, too.
So we're doing BIA first?
Yeah. Can't read these headings on here, so.
Yeah, hold on. Can you read that letter?
So it's a three base, and this is the second one.
So the program names, the first column of the highlighted in yellow is the amount.
What is one? There's a 23 base, and then what's that?
22 days CR1.
Okay.
See, this all came from BIA, so I don't know. She just told me to use total name available.
Okay, council, this is our 638 BIE program. You only need to be concerned about the first column and the last column. The ones in the middle, we just deal with the continuing resolutions. But we're gonna deal with the total budgets. The first program there is SRD. That's Ken Lagoon, the program over there in Mission. They help grants and they help monitor these 638 programs for compliance. Last year's budget was $422,159. This year, their proposed budget is $436,722. Now, I'm assuming that a lot of this
do one for the new budget here? Did we just approve one?
No, we've got amounts, but we haven't announced what they cost. Forestry. This is forestry's basic 638 account. It's part of, they have several other accounts for that are separate from this. Grants that they're doing for the sawmill, the kiln, the timber reforestation. You have several grants. This one here is just their basic annual VIA allocation that comes out of the CTGP contract. Last year they got $337,023. This year they recommended $348,650. Natural resources. Last year they got $295,426. This year $305,651. Natural resources. This is just a small part of their budget. It's the majority of their budget to their license sales. Truancy. I think education runs this program. 24,763 last year, 25,617 for this year. Water resources. Again, this is their basic annual allocation to the CTVG. 333,684. 345,196 is what we're recommending. And I just want to comment on this a little bit. Every time the chairman and we go to Washington to talk about budgets, this is one area that we're really pushing hard to try and get increased funding. As all of you are aware, for like 20 years there was a moratorium on our water codes. But just last year, the Secretary of Interior Holland, she lifted the moratorium, so now we have a water code to enforce. We've asked the Secretary of Interior to not approve of the codes, but to acknowledge it. Acknowledge that we do have a code and that they would help us enforce that. We haven't received that officially yet, but that's our ask. And then at the same time, we're asking for more money so that we can begin to adequately monitor our water. We haven't done that for the last 20 years. We had some here and there, but we haven't had a comprehensive, we haven't had it.
There was some discussion on enforcing it and acknowledging that water code. They finally sent a letter from the area office basically saying that they do acknowledge it as a tribal water code. If the problem comes with them actually enforcing something, if we had to go into court with somebody, as far as our water rights. So that's where it's sitting at right now.
Enrollment. Enrollment gets last year got $64,125 out of this contract, and we're asking that they get $66,337 this year.
OMD treasurer was the office, what was that called? Was another type of, I don't remember what that stands for, but it was changed to, was what?
Office of Management and Development.
Office of Management and Development. We had changed that when we got our CREP program and our 105 leasing program together, and we started needing an office for it. We pushed that money toward the 105 leasing. And so that's what funds the position for the 105 leasing to make that happen for us, to keep track of what we're doing with that program. So that OMD no longer exists, so we're gonna have to change the title into their budget to reflect that. It's a 105 leasing right now. That's what's funded. That's what it's. So if we approve it at that, is it gonna approve the amount? We have to write a letter again, treasurer to request that to transfer it over.
Yep. Yep. GHPO, and again, 143. This year, recommended 158,716. Tribal government, those are basically unobligated funds that come down to us, and that's the term they gave them. And they've been used for several different types of projects in the past. Last year was 62,509, and this year there will be 66,666. That's not a very good number, but that's basically discretionary, and Ken Ledoux's program is one that administers that. So, and all those programs up above there, they're in what's called a consolidated tribal government program, CTPG, and these are all into one pot, one like master contract. So like the tribe has the ability to move money around anywhere they want to within those at their discretion. At the tribe's discretion. But for the past years, that's how that's been funded, that pool. And then we go to ICWA, Indian Child Welfare Act. Last year, 115,697. It's exactly the same for this year. And that just basically covers their staff, right? Tribal Court, Office of Justice Services. That's our courthouse. That funds everything for the courthouse. 1,150,725. This year we're recommending 1,300,688. And that's way shorter than we need, way short. So at some point we need to sit down with the judiciary and council and figure out how we can get more money up there, because they need a lot more money. Tribal court prosecutors. This is an annual thing that goes to the Attorney General's court prosecutors. 125,000 last year, and same for this year. But like I mentioned to you earlier, we just negotiated a grant with Trish Dingle out of the Office of Justice Services for $600,000. So there's $600,000 available on top of this. Law enforcement services, that's our police department. $3,270,572 last year. This year will be $3,334,698 this year. And I'm not sure, but I think it's about 24, 25 officers, that's 5 CIs. They too, like everybody else, are way underfunded. Juvenile detention corrections. Last year we got $1,692,112. This year they're recommending $1,723,664. That's our JDC. They've been staying pretty full, I think. Adult corrections. Last year, $2,295,885. This year, $2,338,695. JDC operations. There they talk about the management of that building. I don't know why adult corrections isn't on here. Maybe it's on there. Adult corrections, yes. JDC operations, $469.94 last year, and it got way down to $299.07 this year, and I'm not sure why.
funding wasn't, it was their O&M that was increased. And I can't, I'm gonna see if I can find it.
So adult, JDC and adult corrections, operations and maintenance numbers may not be accurate. For the roads department, this is again their annual allocation of the BIA contracting, and last year we got 406,715. This year is 426,123. But they also get an allocation from, I'm not sure what it's called now, but it used to be the old MAP 21 program that does our construction. They get a percentage of their allocation every year for maintenance. When I was out there, it was like around 700,000, I think, that we got additional. I'm not sure what it is now. That's in addition to this. And the HIP program, last year we got 380,291. This year we're gonna get 745,000. Just a comment on that one. There's a lot of old money in the HIP program that hasn't been spent, so the personnel in Aberdeen and regional office has a lot of concerns about that money not being spent. So they've had a lot of dialogue with administration about changing the new funding and putting more emphasis on mortgage assistance, down payment assistance, rather than new construction. So we're not out. But they did get a big increase to 745,000. Safety of dams. This is their base amount for their office. They got 243,200 last year, and they're gonna get 224,250 this year. But they recently received a $650,000 grant through the Bureau to do some recreational infrastructure at Harmony Dam, at Rosebud Lake, and Rosebud Dam. We're gonna put some picnic tables in there, maybe some showers and stuff like that for $650,000. And then I think next year they're gonna redo the dam at Rosebud. And then in 2 or 3 years from now, they're going to redo the one at Panama, or do some repairs to it. They're going to be busy. Now this child welfare admin, the next, I don't know, 4 or 5 items, all the way down to child, as far as those children's home, those all go to child and family, right? That's 68,000, 83,000, 73,000, 115,000, and 200,000. Those all go to child and family services. The Spotted Tail Children's Home gets 183,034, and we're asking for 180,723 this year. For these programs, the folks out at the mission, they get $57,541 for their contract support costs for those programs they administer, the OKC family program. The tribe gets $2,866,769 for contract support and direct contract support for the above contracts that we administer. We haven't received one iota yet last year. Higher education, $958 last year, $958 this year. Now, I'm not sure what INT is. I don't think it's something that we get. Yeah, it's 366,000, I'm not sure what it is. I can't tell you. But these programs here, we have, with the exception of the, being able to move money around in there,
this report, it combines all the funding sources. I do have the breakdown here if anyone wants to see it by funding source. Unless you want me to have some of the copies and hand them out. If you guys want to see the detail for education.
Sure.
Anyway, to keep going here, IHS,
Go ahead, Emily.
I was just wanting clarification on why the date on this was for 2022. Is that old or is it?
I'm not sure how that works.
I know.
I was just wondering why this, was for 2022 and talking about fiscal year 2023. But when you look on the second page, the budget is for 2024, so I was just wondering.
That's what Skylar gave me. She said this is her, Aberdeen told her to use the same numbers as the previous year. I kept asking for an updated one.
Thank you.
yeah, I'm not sure why she has this, budget on that first page, because it talks about hospitals and clinics, purchase and free care, and we don't give any of that stuff.
So this page here, that's the breakdown that, because I didn't understand that either. And so, Skylar is the one who gave me this breakdown. So it totals the same amount.
You have the extra of that IHS handout. I think you filled it out when you were handing them out.
I just have one copy.
This one?
Oh, shit.
Good, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. I just have a comment. So this letter from May of 2022 reflecting the fiscal year of 2023, and then the attachment for 2024. You know, I know that the ambulance service struggles a lot, some of the programs struggle, and it causes Skylar to have to move money around in order to cover the deficiencies. But it's kind of sad that since 2022 to current, the total allocated amount has not increased. And I think that's, you know, it causes a deficit for some of the programs at times, and it seems like the 60-day contract should have looked at the changes, the building of the programs, the other debts that they have. The amount for management should have increased because there are other things that have been added to some of these programs. Maybe that's something that we need to eventually look into helping her advocate at the Aberdeen area level to increase that amount. Because I know in the past it was an issue, and it still is, where she's got to take money and move it from one item to another when they're in a deficit, and then that shortchanges those programs. And it should be a concern to us that it has not increased since 2022.
And that does become a problem at the end when they have shortfalls, just like this year. Every year, it's the same thing, shortfalls. So what we do is we call the area office, just last time that Rosebud Soul came through, the area director, not the director, but the director of IHS came through with her staff. We just happened to catch her that day and said, hey, we have shortfalls, what can you do for us? And she told us to submit letters, and we ended up with more money, but we need to do that every year, you know, as far as that needs to be money that's going to be reoccurring every year, not just the first time we request it. So
our enrollment has increased. And when I attended a conference in Washington, a lot of the tribes brought this up and they discussed it, that they've never upgraded, they've never gone with the changes in time and the increase of tribal membership, not only for us, but other smaller tribes. The larger tribes, or the smaller tribes, the tribes down south, they benefit a lot more. They get a lot more funding allocated than we get up here. And it's really unfair if you have an opportunity to attend the budget meetings that are in DC when they're allocating, you learn a lot about why our numbers are so low. Because we as a tribe have to advocate in order for that number to increase.
BIA stuff, well, that's what was presented to us, and that's what's gonna come down. The IHS side of it, alcohol treatment, 858, 21, that's what we got last year, that's what we get this year. Ambulance, 908,408. Ambulance gets that in the contract, I think last year we did about 1.1 or 1.2 in third-party revenues. And then we were able to, like Scott, the president said, we were able to give them on one-time enhancement of 910,000.
Third party didn't start until the end of July though, I don't think, so this year they'll have a full year of third party revenue.
Yeah, so we won't have a full, but they got on 1.1 or 1.2 last year. So that should increase quite a bit. CHR got 884,479, and that's what they're gonna get this year. Health admin, 281,872. And this direct contract support, I don't know how that got established. On the BIA side, we get 18% of our salaries. So we give them about $1,100,000, $1,200,000. So I don't know why we're only getting $162,000 from IHS, but I'm trying to find out. So in those two, these would be 638 programs, that would be what's the second and third resolution on here. Yeah, it'll be the third resolution, one before the meeting is passed. So for the BIA, we'll be using a budget of $14,032,769. UIA, and for IHS, we use $3,069,748.
69 or 96?
Oh, excuse me, 96. Kids, dyslexic here.
So would that 14 million be added to the 3 million for this resolution?
And those amounts put us in that blank, we'll put $14,032,769 BIA / $1,748 IHS.
So on the resolution, it has BI, you have to do those separate or together?
Just a slash. 638 one.
Okay. Lisa, you wanna move to bring that
Go
resolution
ahead
up?
and move for emergency legislation.
337, in a second. If you're not, question? Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
I'll move to approve 2023-337.
Second by Fremont.
Start at the fifth whereas, whereas the Rosebud Tribe Budget Finance and Appropriations Committee, RST Budget Finance is established pursuant to RST Ordinance number 80-07 as amended in 1995. And whereas the RST Budget Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Tribal Council approve the PL 93638 Bureau of Indian Affairs program-based budgets for FY 2024 in the amount of $14,032,768 for BIA and $3,096,748 for IHS. Therefore, be resolved that the Sioux Tribal Council approve the PL 93638 Bureau of Indian Affairs program-based budgets for FY 2024 in the amount of $14,032,768 for BIA and $3,096,748 for IHS. Be it further resolved that the equipment purchases in excess of $5 million or more, or $5,000 or more shall be subject to the RST budget plans.
Any more discussion? Emily, what?
Just reading on the thing, do we need to see the new contract? Or is that totally separate from the budget that we're approving?
Doing the budget today, the contracts were submitted last July. June or July, because they're already submitted.
Okay.
But you're entitled to see them all.
Because this document that we went off is a year old or more, so I just wanted to make sure that there is an existing contract in place. Okay.
All the recontracting documents were sent in July.
I think Ken puts those on jump drive, so we'll have him do that and give them to everybody.
That'd be great, thank you.
Need a question? Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
So the last one that we're gonna do is the 2024 federal, state, and other proposed projects. Want me to hand this out to you or not?
Yeah, we can. At least follow along with that.
I think she made actually. And council, I think the president is working on scheduling time with all of our directors. And I would encourage you at that time to bring up all those detailed questions you have.
I'm having a hard time getting that done, not a hard time, but the reason it's kind of conflicting with this month is October is very important that you get your orientation in, get to your committees, and organize your committees, so it's hard for me to do that probably this month, so I'm hoping that the first of next month, I will put the directors in here, so unless you guys want to be here earlier.
Anything on the 27th?
27th, we have quite a few directors, so it's gonna take probably a couple of days to do that, so,
Even if we just start.
yeah, we can. I'll break that down.
I think we scheduled a special meeting on the 27th of Budget, Finance, and Personnel.
Okay.
they can be prepared to bring
Yeah,
those.
the funding sources come from, and they're also gonna ask you maybe to provide some type of plan they have to improve their program and stuff like that. So,
And look, I am not exaggerating here, but a lot of these 638, we call them, your scope of service or scope of work, haven't been changed in 25 years. So it would be good that you guys can bring that discussion up when you talk to them. Well, what's being handed out for you is, these are our programs that have grants, all different sources, federal, state, pass and flow through, revenue. But, this here, you just list the grant, and it doesn't show any amount, so
The amounts will be up here on the screen.
you can follow through here and then have to look on the screen for the amounts. So like, look at adult corrections, we're talking about income. That's the first thing on the income.
They have 100,000. And that's their lease income, or lease revenue.
And where does the lease rent come from? Oh, that they take in.
Yeah.
So everybody get that the first one of adult corrections, they have $100,000 a year that they take in from leases. And they spend that mostly on what, food? or-
Commissary.
Yeah, commissary stuff for the inmates.
You'll see some programs on here that didn't even submit a budget, like ambulance service. So for their revenue budget, they'll have to come in the budget finance, I guess.
Childcare. We have 2 childcare.
Yeah. Childcare. Attorney General's office also. So childcare,
I'll just let you on your list, so I don't make the next step.
so childcare, this, like I said, this report combines them. So they're 543.22, 543.23. They combined it for a total of $4,628,455.90. 4,628,455.90.
That childcare has experienced a lot of difficulties the last few years with the construction. They're building this building up on top here, but they originally tried to build it under what's called a design build. So there never was a fixed price contract on it. So over the course of three years, that cost of that building went from like just under 2 million to over $7 million. And now they need an additional $2 million to finish it. And that's what they're spending. So I mean, I'm not even sure that this budget represents, because there have been so many modifications.
I think their construction budget has already been approved, that's why it's not included in this. This is just their new funding for the program.
So this $4 million figure you should give you here just for their office and for their staff and for their providers, their babysitters, doesn't do construction.
construction offices, but people that go out and do that, make sure that we're up to code and we're building things. So we just need to allocate their money to them and make sure that it happens, so.
So what would be the appropriate way to make sure that that happens? Because I think like it's not fair to mandate something if it doesn't exist. So like, I know you're saying like we need to hold them to code and all that, but to my knowledge, we don't have those codes. So how do we, ensure that we're following, a state code or a federal code or some kind of code in lieu of ours until we can get that?
That's the idea of having one. We have to develop one and we use the states until we develop our own.
So what are our inspectors following right now?
They're all state certified.
Yeah, if you wanted to, the tribal council could adopt a uniform commercial code of state order. As a temporary, I think we follow it. I'm not sure if we've officially adopted it.
And again, I'm not saying we have to go on that path. I just think there's existing that we might be able to use or temporarily, sorry. I think Mike had a question.
I have a comment. Because this was a discussion, Emily, when we, were a few months ago, when we allocated some money for the buildings for the efficient parks, because there is no building codes. And that was something that we had a long discussion about, and also with the 100 Homes Project was having the building codes. So talking with Ken Madhu at Economic Development Committee, they were gonna propose using the universal building code because that's what the feds follow. And that was part of the reason for that suggestion was because of the 105 leasing program. But so far, we haven't passed anything or nothing has come for us to adopt, so we're stuck with no building code.
Thank you. I just, explanation was helpful.
And again, build your own house. I don't know how you want to proceed with this. This information doesn't, this program doesn't give you any dollar amounts. So I don't know if you guys want copies of these budgets, or if you want these totals, or how do you want to proceed with this?
I mean, a copy, but it's,
Do you guys want to take a 10-minute break and I'll make copies of this for you guys? Okay.
They can.
Take a break, 10 minutes. Wait, all day, 10 minutes.
Leave about 3:20 again.
able to receive in '23. Like, for example, adult corrections received $34,793 in contract revenue, $75,000 in lease income, $655 in miscellaneous income, $854 in food rebates, and then $35,000 in their revenue carryover from last year, non-grant carryover. So we had $146,000 last year. This year, they're projecting $100,000, and it's all coming from lease income.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Emily.
Where would something like the food allocation, is that part of this portion of the budget, or is that something that's different? And I'm just asking because at Budget Finance, they were mentioning that that's kind of a shortfall annually, and so I was wondering where we could help make sure that, funding for basic necessity there.
I'm not sure how that is, if it's on reimbursement, that you have to,
The reason why they were running short is because it was towards the end of the fiscal year. So they didn't receive any of the new money yet.
Okay, so it's like on a reimbursement basis?
It's not a reimbursement, it's just because they only get so much a year and they must have expended a lot of their budget and didn't have enough for that last month. I believe Ken's office covered them.
Yeah, and so that's what I was asking, I didn't know if we needed to increase that here for next year so that they don't have to have that short between at the end of the year.
638 funds are just set, you can't increase it.
Depends on how many inmates go through their year two. And then, yeah, we did that budget mod with Ken's program on Friday to move that over from the ARPA money that he had, so. And that was requested in like July or something.
Yeah.
But as you can see in adult corrections, where they spent that money, employee recognition, payroll taxes, non-personnel, contractual, project materials and supplies. And for this year, they got all that $100,000 budgeted into supporting services to tribal members. Ambulance service, I'm not sure what that
They
represents.
didn't do a budget.
Ambulance service has their third-party revenue. They just started collecting this past year. I know they collected over $1 million, but for some reason, they didn't submit a budget. The Attorney General, last year, $228,712 is that in
federal grants.
federal grants, 224,478 federal grants, and you spent $228,612. They even submitted a budget for this year. But I do know that they got a $600,000 grant for their prosecutors this year. I don't know what's not in there. And there's your child care budget. Last year they got total revenues of $6,300,000. This year their grant revenues are going to be $4,628,000. There's a budget of about what we spend it. In this year's budget for 24, if you look down there, it has $1,530,000 for building construction. The next one would be commodity foods. Last year they got $572,273 in revenues. And they spent most of that in tribal employees and stuff. But for this year, they haven't submitted a budget, so they must have got the grant from me. I don't see a new grant in there. The next one is, community social services, and again, this Vermont Foods, they have to have a grant, I mean, they're still operating, so.
They have until, I can't remember the date in June to submit their budgets.
But just because they don't have a grant in there, doesn't mean that they aren't funded, just that they haven't submitted it. So,
So they do have funding, but
yeah, they do have funding, but they just haven't submitted the budget. So if we wanna know about what your spending level is, just look at last year's level, 23 level. I talked about cuts from that. Again, I haven't had time to visit with you directors to get in, but I will. So, community social services, they got a grant last year, of $233,000, and miscellaneous income of $68,000, and carried forward of $46,000 last year. They did submit a budget for expenses, so I'm assuming you're gonna get the same grant. And that's how that people will spend it. Juvenile corrections. Last year they had revenues of leasing $25,000 and government carryover of $121,000. And that's how they spent it last year. This year they haven't submitted a budget for the revenue.
I just have a quick question on, programs that have revenue, that haven't submitted a budget, are they authorized to spend it even though a budget hasn't been approved in this whole process, or do they have to come back again?
We used to have them obligate their funds if they have if they have some money sitting aside something over it, they have to obligate it somewhere or another, use it to, otherwise they would take it, put it in a general account.
Yeah, and our monitors aren't supposed to approve any expenditures if they don't have a approved budget. Because that's why, these budgets in here, these programs are gonna try to spend this money and they're gonna spend it.
Do Medicaid 112?
They're okay for now, because
For October.
going forward, they're not gonna be able to spend any money. Does council understand that? The next one is the court. Last year, the court got a federal grant for $578,000. And, they didn't turn the budget in today.
That's probably because the budget's already been approved.
This is for grants, but,
Yeah.
so they must not have done any other.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's a DOJ grant. When you get a DOJ grant and the Department of Justice approves your budget, you can't move it around. It's just approved
This year's revenue is $1,099,424. We got a little bit of a decrease from last year. The next one down there is elderly nutrition. Last year they had total revenues of $532,543. And we had a federal grant, state grant, and then revenue and carry forward money. This year they're projecting revenues of $811,120. So they're predicting an increase in their grant funding. The next one is EPA. That's Ivan's program up here on the hill. Last year's revenues were $261,000. I don't see a budget for this year. So we'll have to get contact them so we can budget them so they can come in. Then that's writing down all these programs we don't have budgets so they can
How many
contact.
are we at now?
Pardon?
How many programs have been turned in so far? 6.
6. And again, though, they're okay now because you passed a continuing resolution. But at the end of this month, if the budgets are in here, it gets their money. The next program is Head Start. Last year, the grant was $7 million, but at the end of the day, they had $6,907,235 in revenues. This year, they're budgeting $7,472,391. That's one of our bigger programs, and that's one of the programs that hurts us the most in indirect cost. Because that's one of the few programs that by congressional law, we cannot collect indirect cost. We can only charge a percent of the admin salaries. So like, they have a $5 million salary, and we should be able to include that in our base, but we can't. It always impacts us the hard way. It's been like that forever.
Just a kind of off-topic question, but for Head Start, what's the process if they ever consider being a straight travel program or like a chartered program because they have their own, policy council, their own policies and procedures that sometimes conflict with ours.
Head Start at one time wanted to go off and have their own charter to do this. They wouldn't have enough operating money to do it. Because they can't collect indirect costs. They wouldn't have enough money to hire the personnel they need to have their own plants and have their own personnel system and all that stuff. So you see, right now, we have to provide it for them, even though they don't give us indirect costs, we still have to provide it. If you go off on their own, they'd have to provide it out of their program because they don't give indirect costs. This year, they're budgeting $225,892. IT. Last year, this must be all from revenues.
We also have CPD grants.
Yeah, that's what's required.
Oh, yeah, it's for
Yeah, this is IT, so last year they spent about $38,000, and that's from revenues that he generated by doing broad projects with other tribal entities or private entities. This year, I don't see a budget for any of that stuff. So if he's gonna be doing that work, he needs to provide a budget. Koya last year got grant revenues of $38,000 and $145,000. I don't see a budget for this year, so they're in the same boat. They gotta provide their information to us. That's typically what they do every year. Law enforcement. Last year they got a federal grant for $109,000. And then a 911 surcharge to get to operate their 911 office of $141,000. And then they got a carryover balance of $395, which is mainly from years of built up from the 911. And that's how they spent it, but I don't see a budget this year from them. So I'll have to get a hold of Steve because they haven't submitted a budget for the 911 office yet. I don't see it in there. Yeah, the same way, yeah, I haven't submitted a budget, that's my usual for Lori. Last year, she had revenues of $2,135,000. This year, she hasn't sent anything in yet. A lot of that money went to electricity, stuff like that, on the second page, propane. Transportation. This is our, I believe this is our map 21. We have $24 million, $24,192,000 in revenue. And I don't think that we received our allocation for this year yet. We didn't get it till after January. So that's why we're revenue 24. This is the money that we used to build new roads, new construction. And I'm going to ask the council, but after I talk to the people at MAP 21, how much money that they're going to spend next year. And I'm going to ask them if they want to invest some of that money into this treasury box. They have quite a bit of money in the bank right now. Maternal child health. She doesn't have a budget this year because you guys just approved that last week. So that should be forthcoming.
That's okay.
Yeah, remember, through actually health and that just got approved last week, so she'll plug that in. I think it's the same amount, so what she got last year is what she did this year. Yeah. Motor fuel. See, last year, working on that new building. Road department.
That's what they get from that, or transportation.
Yeah. Remember I told you earlier on that the road department got a portion of map 21 allocations? That's what this is. Last year they got 762. This year they're proposing 978. Secretary's office.
I don't know why that's in there.
26,000 contractual, 20,000 supplies. I'm not sure what that is. Is that just there?
Sounds right.
It is.
Sounds like that the amount they put into it.
That might be that group date, but that's why there's no budget for this year. The next one is, the Sioux Nation employment. Last year they have, $5,104,121, $22 in revenue. This year the budget is $286,000, about half of it was last year. I'm not sure what the difference is, but that's what they're budgeting for this year.
I think they, aren't they 3-year contracts too? This might just be their first year, possibly.
Possibly, yeah. So we pay for this funding. Again, as we go along, if you have any questions, ask. Solid waste. Last year, we received $312,934 in income. And I know that's not right. We didn't submit a budget for this year. I'm not sure what this represents. Maybe this represents only the cleanup, the spring and fall cleanup. That's probably what this budget represents, because their budget up there is well over $1 million. But I'm assuming this 312,000 is what you budgeted last year for like 2 cleanups. And that's why there's no budget for this year yet. Tech road. This will just be a Terrell grant. Last year they got a grant for $64,123. This year they're not showing any revenues, but they're budgeting $30,000, so they must be anticipating some sort of a grant.
I think that 64 is their 1.5% technical fees and report. And the Terrell grant's 30,000.
RST Transportation. Last year they had $868,291. And we only have a budget for this year, it's in here, so maybe it's not approved yet, but I'll find out. I do know that they got a grant here about 3 or 4 years ago to build a new building. And so that $2.4 million there in the budget, I'm pretty sure that represents that money for that new building they're gonna build. RST Trade, who that is.
I think that was that funding they received for the communities, $1,000 for each community.
That came from Shelley. Education. Last year they had revenues of 464,000. You know, I'm assuming that 457 is what they're gonna ask, they're asking for the budget, right?
So that was last year's budget, this year is 46,247. So, like I said, these reports combine everything that's coded to federal, state, or other. I'm assuming that the 46,000 is their revenue.
The rest is the grant? That large amount will be the grant?
From last year.
Oh, yeah, sorry. But that's why there's such a difference in not carrying over those
Yeah.
grants.
Plus, didn't they receive money to do the token orders last year?
713,000.
But only a portion of it was for their salaries and supplies.
Can be 713,000.
That's just the portion that they did when they started off, so it's probably like that.
Oh, that's right. It's the ARPA took over. Yeah, because education started off with issuing with credit cards last year for total orders, and then put a stop to it, and then ARPA took over halfway through the process. So that's why there's only 713,000 there for total orders.
Oh, yeah, 713.
Tribal Historic Preservation, their revenues, contract last year were 97,522. And they're budgeting 97,035 this year. Rural water system, that would be a shortage program, I think. These would be grants that I received to do water and sewer repairs. Last year he got $3,299,000, and I'm not sure, he's budgeting 1.859 this year.
That's that manual control.
Maybe 20.
Yeah.
Water system. 1,559,871 is what he's budgeted this year. WIC. Last year in revenues, they received $1,996,766. This year they're budgeting $2,347,811. A little bit of increase. Redco, I'm not sure which grant this is.
EDA. Like, anything else?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many years this is, but
Oh, you know what else?
it's got construction
We
costs.
get all this, that construction.
I think what this is they have that contract with IHS, that anytime some minor things really get done, IHS, instead of advertising, they just negotiate with Redco. So last year they got contract awards in the amount of $1,247,070. And they don't show anything for this year yet. That's what that is. Like, you have a furnace go out, or new doors you placed, or stuff like that. Instead of advertising it, they have this budget there, on here. White Buffalo Cap. These are all this goes to, the White Buffalo Cap gets these grants, they're the name of the tribe, so then the money has to come here. So what they do is they submit invoices and then we reimburse them. That's go through. Emergency preparedness. This is that, would be that,
Those donations.
there's $3 million here, so what I'm thinking this is that money you can put in there for, the storm?
That was fine.
This is not that treasury money, is it?
I don't know. It's got 3 million, but the $151,624 that's in donations, that's the amount of money that the tribe received, donations from the storm. And the tribal council gave that to the new EPA office. They hired Andrea, and gave that to her, and that's what she's operating on. I don't see it. So the budget, about the right there for that. That's what that $151,000 is for. You see, she's got 71,000 employees, zero tax, and health insurance and tractors. She's got 6,000 for supplies and 50,000 for equipment purchases for $251,000. That's what that's for. But that 2.9 million, I'm not sure what that is. I can't answer, I'm sorry.
That's at 1.8 for contractual.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what it's for.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'll have to find out, sorry. I'll have to find out what that is. Solar energy, apparently we got a grant for solar energy.
That's not the female reimbursements, is it? All that. Would be female reimbursements.
That's the one that ended. This is that FEMA congressman, but I thought it was 5 million.
Going back to that, EPP with that donations, was that what was done with the vehicles?
No.
No?
Wasn't that, put on the tribe's webpage? Yeah, that GoFundMe or whatever, baby,
What did we do with the donations that Redco collected in this room?
I wasn't aware of it.
I think we passed the motion or resolution, right? And then- Or maybe ask when we send them back in.
Okay, this next one is John Moe Cancer Fund. And that's, Food Reach started this fund to help cancer patients. And they're opening up an account for them to start this fund. And that's the amount that was collected. Next one is Petroleum Hub. 438 last year, and then the budget is 732. There's nothing for this year. Well, they
Are we
figured
out
it
of funds now? Is that who's asking for money?
No, I think it was Takala, wasn't it?
call it last.
No.
Anyways, you don't have a budget in here, so you either don't have funds or you need to make a budget.
That's, we had a grant last year, right?
Yeah. hasn't come in yet, but that's, I know, it's like 2 weeks ago, I asked no question.
Then she got a detox grant too, so I think
I don't see it wasn't here.
So the ARPA one that you talked about, the 4 million, that, almost 5 million, that's the combined offices of construction and the ARPA offices. Is there a way to get that breakdown?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious, I mean, I see 64,000 in employee recognition, I don't know if that's correct. That's kind of excessive.
by wage percent.
As you can see, there's a lot of programs that haven't submitted the budget, so I'll find out what the problems are, because they won't be able to spend any money without a good budget. So I'm sure they're gonna be getting excited.
Broadband is one of the last ones on there. Their budget was approved through the entire life of the grant. So that won't change because the funding source or the funding agency won't allow changes. So they're approved for the entire, that's why you won't see a budget in here.
Yeah, the grant was for 41 million. This last year, we either spent or obligated 39 million. And the obligations of these are all about packaging items.
Under the CARES, that, agency repayments at 377,000, that's what we paid back. That we just spent.
There's a small portion of it that did go back to it.
That was at 377,000. 377,918 dollars. A lot of gosh.
That was a tough one because they were gonna try to have us spend it by that December 31st, so we was trying to figure out how we can spend it to get it to the most needy. And I would never want to do that again. It's so hard to take care of. So many questions about spending it, so it was just a hard thing to
Well, the
do.
thing with that is they gave us an extension,
Yeah.
and then there was another, remember, there
Yeah,
was
but that
another
was
thing
before
for
they
another
extended it,
extension, and
yeah.
they ended up cutting it off at that date without granting that extension to Congress or whatever.
But this here should be the majority of our programs. We'll put those directors that have mature budgets to make sure that they do it. But there are some other ones out there that we still have to fund yet. One of them is your new emergency management office. You gave her the 115,000 for donations, that's how she's been operating. But she submitted a budget for 393,000. And I'm gonna recommend that come out of the FEMA reimbursement when it gets here. We're supposed to get 963,000 in FEMA reimbursement.
minute after they all come in.
Yeah, let's just hold on to the clock.
When is the next council meeting? 25th. When if we have that information?
Well, they're on the CR until the 31st, right?
Yeah. So we can do back on 25th.
When is maternal child health only budget is exact?
They used to get some money out of the general, but I don't think they use it.
But she just gets it through the tribal,
We got to have,
yeah.
we got to have care.
Can you ask the program, Scott, to turn those budgets to the end of this week? I should give them enough time. Since today's Monday, and then that will give them that some time to work on them for the week.
Give me a list. Okay, we'll get something out, okay.
Okay.
So we'll hold off on this one 25th.
Yeah. That is federal state money. How would she go about distributing the budget, or what was that process?
I would have a started. And then there's another one too that's running out of money. We'll call up. That group of kids that you call on non-show or they're running out of money. The other question for like 600,000.
What's the education?
For the JYP assessment education committee. Micah, I was gonna ask Lisa about the donations from that vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What visa? Procedure?
I think education.
Remember, we worked on that resolution on Friday? Oh. This one. Okay. What those, when Rick did that fundraising during the storms, what did they do with those donations? Because I remember we had talked about some of that coming to the travel. Do you remember what?
It'll take some action to send that over here, I don't know if that was ever done. If it was ever followed up on, so maybe we can look into that, because I know we did a formal motion for this body. And I can't remember the amount on that. I did look it up.
I'll ask Clay.
And then would that go into us paying or something? Yeah, because,
Go ahead.
We've got two resolutions here. This first one is from the Rosebud Ambulance Service, and Eric forgot to attach the rest of the contract on it. I think we have the back page. So he attached the rest of the contract in its entirety for your review. I already read it in, so.
does it have a number?
Yeah, 328. It was tabled for more information. How do I do that, Kim? Do I bring it back up for?
Yep, you just, for approval.
I've already written it in, so I'll make a motion to approve 2023-328.
Is the motion to approve, reconsider, and approve 2023-328. Second by Emily. You already read it in, is that what you said?
Yeah.
You want to do it again?
Outside of the whereas the Nova Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe enter into an agreement with Physician Medical Director with Dr. Chad Card, MD, for oversight and direction into the delivery of emergency medical services, EMS, beginning October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2026, and can be extended for an additional 3 years upon mutual consent of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Dr. Chad Carda, MD. And such selection of Dr. Chad Carda, MD shall be made on a sole source basis. And whereas this would be beneficial to the employees of the Rosebud Ambulance Service and also benefit the Rosebud Sioux Tribe with EMS coverage. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council agrees and authorizes the agreement for Physician Medical Director with Dr. Chad Carda, MD, for the oversight and direction into the delivery of emergency medical services EMS, beginning October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2026. And be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby authorizes and directs the Rosebud Sioux Tribal President or his designee to sign and execute any and all documents related to the execution of the agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Dr. Chad Carda, MD.
Okay, is there any discussion? Any questions? Mic up. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
And the next one was for our WIC program for a contract for services with John Finn, the nutritionist coordinator. So motion for emergency legislation.
338?
338, right?
Yeah. Need a second? Ray, question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Right.
Motion to approve 2023-238.
Second by Rick. Go ahead.
So at the fourth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Women, Infant, and Children WIC program seeks to enter into a contract for services with John Finn, MPH, RD, LN, LRD for fiscal year 2024. WIC will pay John Finn a total of $52,460 for 52 weeks at 16 hours per week at a rate of $63 an hour for nutritionalist breastfeeding coordinator contract work. Services will consist of consultations with all WIC high-risk clients, assist with supervision and train all WIC nutrition assistants, breastfeeding peer counselor and issuance clerk, perform chart monitoring, review and assist with policy writing, setting goals and objectives for the state annual plan. And whereas the RST Budget Finance Committee met on October 13th, referring to the RST Tribal Council the approval and acceptance of this contract for service of John Finn with funds coming out of WIC Nutrition Service Administration contractual account in the amount of $52,416. And therefore be it resolved, the Sioux Tribal Council approves John Finn, MPH, RD, LN, LRD contract for service in the amount of $52,416 for the WIC program fiscal year 2024.
Discussion. Any question? Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we have, everyone here. Any more, Lisa?
Those are the ones I had. We had some come up for budget.
We have a budget finance here for RSU correction service. It's saying here, I don't know what that's for. For security fence.
ADC.
ADC.
I have a question, if he's not up, there's a lot of personal information.
Yeah.
And this one is security information, do you have a number for that?
That's the WIC contract.
And they can call me later. It's not security finance, they just had it down. That's personal information.
was you requesting that enrollment come over too?
I was asking, before Dwight left, he asked if I could, if we had time today, we could bring them in, because we did have a little bit of work on, get through the meeting yesterday.
We got another budget and finance one for construction of tents that supposedly went through committee but never got moved on. We don't have a number or anything, so.
Is that for, adult corrections? Oh, that's juvenile.
Yeah,
JDC.
JDC.
Okay.
Okay, we'll have, hand this one out and then we'll get enrollment over here.
Can I do education?
Sure.
Motion for emergency.
339. Need a second. Fremont, question?
Sure.
Darrell. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve 2023-139.
Second by Fremont.
Also at the fifth, whereas Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee has recommended the approval of unscheduled maintenance for the Juvenile Correctional Services Juvenile Detention Facility, JDC, for the installation and purchase of materials and labor for the installation of a security fence from Fast Rose Construction, PO Box 352, St. Francis, South Dakota, 57572, in the amount of $7,837.50 on a sole source basis. Due to the immediate and urgent need for the unscheduled maintenance for the installation of security fences, and whereas RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended the approval of the quote from Fast Rose Construction on a sole source basis. And therefore be it resolved, RST Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Budget and Finance Committee for the installation and purchase of materials and labor for the installation of a security fence from Fast Rose Construction, PO Box 352, St. Francis, South Dakota, 57572, in the amount of $7,837.50 on the sole source. Be it further resolved that the President of the Sioux Tribe or its authorized delegate are authorized and directed to sign and execute any necessary documents for the acquisition of goods and services from Fast Rose Construction.
Discussion, go ahead, Emily.
Was there a justification for why it's legal through the public? I know there was a justification attached, but it doesn't give a justification.
I think they were the only ones that put in a bid.
Oh, then they followed. That's what it is. Thank you.
That's why they asked for sole.
Any more questions or discussion? You need a question? Chris? All in favor? 1, 2, Shelley, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 0, 1 not voting.
2. I didn't vote.
2 not voting. Motion carried.
And zero, so there's 12.
12.
I commented on that.
It's already, the job's already done.
Okay, we have some education. Are those in your folder? Is that what they're supposed to be? Information overload on too many committees.
Motion for emergency legislation.
340. Need a second. Lisa, question by Ben.
It's just in rollerblades, Uncle.
All in favor of emergency?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-340.
Second? Your second? Ben, go ahead.
Fourth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Indian Reservation has one Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Education funded school, St. Francis Indian School, and whereas Congress is
visas expired, so they quickly came over here to try to get us to get a hold of our congressional people. And we did do that through our lobbyists, so we were familiar with the language that's in there, and it's exactly what we want to happen, so.
And so it has to go through.
Yeah, St. Francis's lawyers looked at it. Eric, as far, I don't think he has, so I don't know.
But it's similar to what we've already sent up there, so.
Well, I would just request our legal counsel to
Yeah.
make sure that it's verified before we set it up. And then, what committee, was there any discussion, like from the local committee that we should be aware of?
From education.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Was
education.
there any like local concerns or anything that we should be aware of? It sounds really good in my mind, I just want to know if there was any concerns that got brought up in the discussion.
We didn't take it out to like, for tribal membership to offer input, but within the committee, there was no concerns or anything, so.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? No, we need a question. Philo. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Hey, is the moment coming over, or they have anything?
She stopped in, she said, I'm so sorry, I didn't know we were coming, so she's gonna try to make, copies, but I told her I wasn't sure if we were late for her, so I don't know if we have anything else to fill
I have a whole packet of transportation resolutions that need to go through. The director has been after Charles to get him through, so I don't know if you wanna take a test at approving these, or who's on the transportation committee? You are? There's like 7 transportation.
We'll split them up, there's 25 in here. 5, 1, and 1. Gotta give them an elder.
Did you have to leave early today? No? Did you have to leave early today?
I'm trying to, yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought you said that earlier, I was just checking. They both wanted to leave early.
You leaving? You love it.
I wanted to leave before 5, but I guess I had no choice.
Okay, well, we can leave. If you have to go, Fremont, we'll hold up on
I
it.
can wait, I can wait.
There's not any more resolutions that I guess we're just gonna wait on these. There's not enough copies. There were just enough copies for the committee, so, you can go ahead and go through we'll just recess. We'll adjourn.
Quickly.
We're basically done with the agenda anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, before we break, I want to make a motion for travel to the South Dakota Tribal Transportation Safety Summit in Mulbridge, October 18th through 19th.
Okay. Safety Summit?
Yeah, Tribal Transportation Safety Summit.
Talk about all the shortfalls we have on our roads.
Yeah, we saw transportation community pretty much really interested in what.
Okay, all right, motion on the floor, second by Dara, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Basically, we're done with the agenda. We'll come back with, visas, well, we need a motion to adjourn the agenda that we're on. Go ahead, Dara.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Dara, second by Ray, question by Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?